Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna
He is my Lord, but not forever. From him ecstatic fame I gain. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master, the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, the Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, please be merciful unto us, even the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame we spread all over the creatures. We take shelter at your lotus feet. Devotee ki jai.
No. Put this down. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma He Vallabha Kati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma He Vallabha Kati Sadma. Bando Mui Savadhanama Te. Bando Mui Savadhanama Te. Yahara Prasade Bhai He Bhavatori Yahara Yahara Prasade Bhai He Bhavatori Yahara Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Krishna Prapti Hoya Hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Titete Koriya Kya. Padma Vakya Titete Koriya Kya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Titete Koriya Kya. Harana Koriyo Mane Asha Harana Koriyo Mane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Ye prasade pure sarva asha Ye prasade pure sarva asha Thakudana dilo ye jamme jamme Prabhu se Prabhupada Thakudana dilo ye jamme jamme Prabhu se Divya Gyani de Prakatito Divya Gyani de Prakatito Prema Bhaktiya Ite Abhijya Vinasayate Prema Bhaktiya Ite Abhijya Vinasayate Vede Gaya Racharito Vede Gaya Racharito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adamajanara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Divana Lokanath Lokera Divana Ha Prabhu Kordaya Devamore Padachaya Ha Prabhu Kordaya Devamore Padachaya Evayas Kusu Tribhuvana Evayas Kusu Tribhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Ha Prabhu Kordaya Devamore Padachaya Ha Prabhu Kordaya Devamore Padachaya Evayas Kusu Tribhuvana Evayas Kusu Tribhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Srimate Bhakti Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivasesha Sunyavadi Pasachari Satarine. Prabhupada Swati Deve Gauravani Pracharine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivasesha Sunyavadi Pasachari Satarine. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Go. Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bhai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Bhai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radharamana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radharamana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandi Radha Kala Chandi Radhe Kala Chandi Jaya Radha Kala Chandi Radha Kala Chandi Radhe Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Haribo.
Purusham, Tamaham Bhajami.
Yasomati Nandana Brajabhara Nagara Yasomati Nandana Brajabhara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Jana Madana Manohara Gopi Parana Jana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidana Kaliya Damana Vidana Hamala Harina Mamiya Vilata Hamala Harina Mamiya Vilata Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Vara Vipina Purandara Navina Nagara Vara Vamchivadana Tuvasha Vamchivadana Tuvasha Prajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Palana Surakula Prajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Nanda Godana Rakala Nanda Godana Rakavala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tatkara Govinda Madhava Navanita Tatkara Sundarananda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanara Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanara Rataratika Kripa Moya Rataratika Kripa Moya Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natabara Bhakti Vinoda Shaya Bhakti Vinoda Shaya Yasomati Nandana Brajabhara Nagara Yasomati Nandana Brajabhara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gokula Ranjana Kana Amala Harina Mamya Vilata Amala Harina Mamya Vilata Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada! Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitya Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Purvikacharya, Satara Satta Shri Sriman, His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravakaryastu Tadasata Shishimad, His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai, Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shai Mukunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai, Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Shri Mayapur Dhama Ki Jai, Jamuna Maya Ki Jai, Ganga Maya Ki Jai, Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai, Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai, Holy Vyasa Puja celebration of His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Go Premanandi, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for coming after a long ecstatic day of festivities. Very grateful to you all for showing up early in the morning for the most important day of the year for us, the celebration of Srila Prabhupada's Vyas Puja. So now we'll have a class by Srila Prabhupada, and after the class, just we'll ask for some of the senior devotees to share some reflections, if they would, with us from the class, and then everybody else can have an opportunity to share what they heard from the class that really stood out to them, what they would like to take away, so we can have a little discussion after the class. So I was just reflecting before, as we were thinking about the plan for the day and what was going to happen, that how fortunate we are that we can actually see and hear the pure devotee like this. It's, there's no video recordings of Srila Rupa Goswami or Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu or any of our, and to have what we have, this access to see Srila Prabhupada like this and to actually hear from him directly like this is our unlimited good fortune. So just maybe take a moment to reflect on how fortunate we are that we actually get to hear from Srila Prabhupada directly this morning. And and then if for the festival today at 10 a.m. after class we'll have a little break, and then at 10 a.m. we'll start with Abhishek, followed by homages at 10:30, offerings and sharing memories of Srila Prabhupada at 10:30. And then around 12:15 we'll have Pushpanjali. 12:30 we'll do Srila Prabhupada's Guru Puja, followed by sumptuous Prasadam feast. And then if anybody's just raring and looking for more service to do, there's always nice opportunities. Around 11:45 or 12 they'll finish with the cooking, something like that. And we can help start cleaning in the kitchen area, anybody who would like to do that. And then after Prasadam, to help clean up the area that we honor Prasadam in, and clean up that area. So many hands make light work. Even if you can only do 5 or 10 minutes, if we all pitch in, it'll be fun and a nice way for us to finish 2 days of wonderful festivities. So thank you so much for being here. Anything else, Rasraj Prabhu? Okay. Stay happy. Yes, yeah, definitely. We should all be so happy. If it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada, we wouldn't have these temples, we wouldn't have his books, we wouldn't have this opportunity to try to become Krishna conscious, to assist our spiritual masters in his service. And take the opportunity today to serve the disciples of Srila Prabhupada that are here in Dallas. We're very fortunate that we actually have some of his disciples here. Mangalarti guy said this also, but just kind of reflecting on what Haladar Maharaj was saying when he was here, he was really making the point very strongly that we really have no qualifications on our own. Our only qualification is that we try to assist our spiritual master in his service to Srila Prabhupada, in their service to Srila Prabhupada. And how fortunate we are that we actually can directly serve some disciples of Srila Prabhupada that are here. So please take advantage of that opportunity. And Jai, thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Translation: I wish that all those calamities would happen again and again, so that we can see you again and again. For seeing you means that we will no longer see repeated births and deaths.
So, very, very interesting verse. That before calamities, danger, that is very good if such danger and calamities remind me of Krishna. That is very good. Tattenukampa susumikshamana bunyana evatma kritam vipakam. A devotee, how he receives dangerous position. Danger must be there. Danger because this place, this material world is full of dangers. These foolish persons, they do not know that. They are trying to avoid the dangers. That is struggle for existence. Everyone is trying to become happy and avoid danger. This is the material business. Attantika sukham. Attantik sukh, ultimate happiness. A man is working and thinking, let me work now very hard and let me have some bank balance. So when I shall get old, I shall enjoy life without any working. That is the inner intention of everyone. Nobody wants to work. As soon as he gets some money, he wants to retire from work and to become happy. But that is not possible. You cannot be happy in that way. Here it is said, apunar bhavadarsanam. The real danger is, she is picking up apunar. Apunar means, means not. And punarbhava means repetition of birth and death. The real danger is repetition of birth and death. That has to be stopped. And not this so-called danger. This is all, the material world is full of dangers. Padang jata vipada. Just like if you are on the ocean. If you are on the ocean, you might have very strong ship, very safe ship. But that is not safety. Because you are on the sea, at any time there can be dangers. Perhaps you remember from your country, there was, what is that, Titanic? Everything was safe, but on the first voyage it was drowned. And all important men of your country, they lost their life. So danger there must be, because you are in a dangerous position. This material world itself is dangerous position. So our business is, the danger must be there. Our business should be how to cross over the sea as soon as possible. So long you are on the sea, you are on the dangerous position, however strong your ship may be. That's a fact. See, you should not be disturbed by the sea waves. Just try to cross over the sea, go to the other side. That is your business. Similarly, So long we are in this material world, there must be dangerous calamities, because this is the place of calamity. So our business is, even within these calamities, dangers, how we develop our Krishna consciousness, and after giving up this body, we go back to home, back to Krishna. That should all be. We should not be disturbed by the so-called calamities. They are not so-called, they are factual. So, this question was there by Arjuna to Krishna, that whatever you are speaking, it is all right, that I am not this body, I am soul. Everyone is not this body, he is soul. So on the annihilation of this body, stop that. On the annihilation of the body, the soul will exist. But when I see my son is dying, or my grandfather is dying, I am killing, how can I solace me that my grandfather is not dying, my son is not dying? Simply it is changing, because I am accustomed to think like that. So there must be grief. So Krishna replied, yes, that's a fact. So that you must have to tolerate. That's all. There is no other way. Tang titikasa bharat. Krishna never said that these are not facts. What Arjuna explained, that I know that when my son is dying, my son is changing the body, or my grandfather is dying, changing the body. I know this. But still, because I am affectionate on the skin, so I must suffer. The Krishna replied, yes, the suffering is there, because you are also on the bodily concept of life. So suffering must be there. So there is no other remedy than to tolerate. There is no other remedy. Matra sparshastu kontiya sitosna sukhadukkada. Just like in your country, it is very chilly in the morning to take bath, a little difficult task. But does it mean that those who are devotees, they will stop taking bath? No. Even it is chilly, cold, one must take bath. The duty must be done. The duty must be done. Even it is little suffering, that is called tapasya. Tapasya means we must prolong or proceed with our Krishna consciousness, business, in spite of all dangerous and calamitous condition of this world. This is called tapasya. Tapasya means voluntarily accepting the difficulties of life. Sometimes tapasya, in the system of tapasya, in hot season, summer, and scorching heat of the sun, still they ignite some fire all down and sit down in the midst and meditate. There are some processes of tapasya like that. In chilly cold, one goes into the water up to the neck and meditates. These things are prescribed in tapasya, but Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not give you such prescription. He gives you a very nice program. Chant, dance and take prasadam. Still we are unwilling. We cannot accept this tapasya. You see, we are so fallen. Susukham kartum abhyam. This is a kind of tapasya which is very easy to do and it is very pleasant. Still we are not agreeable. We shall rot in the street, lie down anywhere and everywhere, and still I shall drink and have sex and lie down. What can be done? We are giving good facilities. Come here, chant, dance, and live very peacefully and take Krishna Prasad, be happy, but people will not accept. That is called misfortune. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore said, Etadrisi tava kripa bhagavan mamapi duddaiva idrisamiha janinanuragam. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Nam namakari bahuda nijasadva shakti. In the transcendental holy name of God, Krishna, there is all potencies. As Krishna has got unlimited potencies, similarly, in the name, holy name of Krishna, there is unlimited potency. So, Nam Namakari Buddha, and there are many names of Krishna. Krishna has got thousands and thousands of names. Krishna name is the chief name. Nam Namakari Bahuda Nija Sattva Shakti Tatrakita Niyamita Smaranina Kala. And there is no hard and fast rule that you have to chant in this time or that time. No, any time. Any time you can take. And the name is identical with Krishna. On this logic, the name, holy name of Krishna is Krishna, is no other than Krishna. Don't think that Krishna is living in Goloka Vrindavan and the name is different. Just like in material world we have got this conception. The name is different from the fact. But in absolute world, there is no such difference. That is called absolute. The name is as potential as Krishna is potential. So, you have got this tongue, you can chant Krishna, Hare Krishna. Immediately you become directly in touch with Krishna. Immediately. Because the name Krishna and Krishna person is not different, identical. So even if you think that Krishna is far, far away, Krishna is not far, far away. Krishna is within you. He is not far away. He is far away, at the same time nearest. So, even if you think that Krishna is far, far, his name is there. You chant Hare Krishna, Krishna becomes immediately available. Anyamitas. And for making Krishna available in this shortcut way, there is no hard and fast rule. You can chant any time. Immediately you get Krishna. Just see the mercy of Krishna. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says that Etadisi tava kripa. My dear Lord, you have given me so nice facilities to contact you, but I am so unfortunate. I have no attachment for this thing. I have no attachment. I have got so many attachments for other things, but I have no attachment for chanting Hare Krishna. This is my misfortune. Krishna has given so much facilities that he is present before you by transcendental vibration in his name, and the name has got all the potencies of Krishna. So if you remain in contact with the name, you get all the benefit of Krishna's benediction, but still I am not inclined to chant Hare Krishna. This is misfortune. So, a devotee never takes dangerous position as very reverse position or very calamitous position. He welcomes. Because a surrendered soul, he knows either danger or festival. These are all different demonstration of Krishna. Krishna is absolute. In its Shastra it is said that just like there are two kinds, two sides, religiosity and irreligiosity. just the opposite. But in the Shastra it is said, the religiosity is just the front portion of God, and irreligiosity is the back portion of God. So, God's front portion or back portion, is there any difference? God is absolute. Therefore, a devotee, either in opulence or in danger, he is not disturbed. He knows both these things are Krishna. Either in dangerous position. Now Krishna has appeared before me as danger. Just like Hiranyakashipu and Prahlad Maharaj and Nishingadev. Nishingadev is dangerous to Hiranyakashipu. And he is the supreme friend to Prahlad Maharaj, the same personality. Similarly, God is never dangerous to the devotee. Devotee is never afraid of danger. He is confident that the danger that is another feature of God. So why shall I be afraid? I am surrendered to Him. So Kunti Devi says that Vipada Santu, Vipada Santu Ta Sassat, because she knows how to remember Krishna at times of danger. So she is welcoming danger. My dear Lord, I welcome such dangers when I can remember you. Just like Prahlad Maharaj, he was always thinking of Krishna when his father was putting him in dangerous position. So, if you are put into the dangerous position, and if that dangerous position gives an impetus to remember Krishna, that is welcome. That is welcome. Oh, I am getting this opportunity of remembering Krishna. So how it is welcome? It is welcome because seeing Krishna means I am advancing in my spiritual life so that I will not have to suffer any more of this dangerous position. Takta dehang punarjanma naiti mami krikantiya. If you become advanced in Krishna consciousness, then the result will be, after giving up this body, Krishna says, Takta deham, after giving up this body, punab janma naiti, you don't take birth again in this material world. That is wanted. Suppose I am very comfortable at the present moment. My body is kept in a very comfortable position. But there is death and there is another birth. So after giving up this body, if I get the body of a cat and dog, then what is the meaning of this comfortable position? Because death is sure. And janmantam, tatha dehantaram. Dehantaram means you have to accept another body. If you do not know what kind of body you are going to get, you can know it. That is stated in the Shastra, that if you have got such and such mentality, you get such and such body. So, in a comfortable position, if I keep myself in the dog's mentality, then I am going to get my next life as dog. Then what is the value of this comfortable position? I may be in comfortable position for 20 years, 50 years, or at most 100 years. And after that comfortable position, when I give up this body, if due to my mentality I become a cat and dog and mouse, then what is the benefit of this comfortable position? These people, they do not know that. They think, especially in this age, that I am now in comfortable position. I've got enough money, I've got enough state, I have enough comforts, enough food. So, as soon as the body is finished, so I'm not going to take birth again. So long I am living, let me enjoy life. This is the modern philosophy, hedonism. But that is not the fact. Kunti is therefore anxious, apunarbhava darshanam. Apunarbhava, not to repeat. If you see always Krishna, that is Krishna consciousness. Krishna consciousness means always thinking of Krishna. Your consciousness should be absorbed in Krishna thought. Therefore, we give different varieties of engagement. Krishna consciousness. We should not divert our energy. Now, when we are selling bow, that is Krishna consciousness. We are selling bow. But if we think that the selling bow may be diverted into selling jewelry, that is not very good idea. That is not very good idea. Then we become again jeweler, punarmashika, again become mouse. We should be very much careful. Our Krishna consciousness cannot be diverted, then you are gone to hell. Even there is danger, even there is suffering in Krishna consciousness, we should tolerate. That is the instruction. We should welcome that danger and pray to Krishna. What is that prayer? Tatte nukampa susumikshaman. My dear Lord, it is your great mercy that I am put into this dangerous position. And that is the viewpoint of devotee. He doesn't take danger as danger. He takes it is Krishna's mercy. What kind of mercy? Bhunyana evata kritang vipapam. Due to my past activities, I was to suffer so much. But you are mitigating that suffering, giving me little suffering. Just like a token punishment. Sometimes in the court, a big man is culprit. So if the judge wants $100,000, he can pay immediately. But he asks from him, you just give 1 cent. Because that is also punishment, but minimizing. Similarly, we have to suffer on account of our past deeds. That's a fact. You cannot avoid. Karmani nirdahati kintu cha bhakti vaja. But those who are in devotional service, those who are in Krishna consciousness, their sufferings are minimized. A token. Just like one was to be killed. So instead of being killed, with his knife, he gets some little cut on the finger. In this way, karmani nirdahati kintu sabha, those who are in devotional service, they are ahantang sarva pape bhama question. Krishna assures that I give you protection from the reaction of sinful life. So, when there is very, very grievous criminal activities behind it, sometimes it is like that. Instead of hanging him, there may be a little cut by the knife on the finger. This is the position. So why should we be afraid of danger? We should simply depend on Krishna consciousness, because if we live Krishna conscious in any circumstances, then my benefit is that I am not coming again in this material. Apunarbhava darsana. Repeatedly as you think of Krishna, as you see Krishna, as you read of Krishna, as you work for Krishna, somehow or other, if you remain in Krishna consciousness, that is your benefit. And that benefit will save you from taking birth again in this material world. And that is real benefit. And if I am become little comfortable by so-called other engagement, and if I forget Krishna and I have to take birth again, then what is my benefit? We should be very much careful about this. Krishna consciousness cannot be disturbed at any circumstances. Even there is heavy suffering. That is the instruction of Kunti Devi. Kunti Devi is welcoming. Vipada santu ta tatrata. Like that. Because before winning the battle of Kurukshetra, all these Pandavas were put into so many dangerous positions. That is already described in the previous verses. Sometimes they are offered poison, sometimes they are put into the house, lake, and it was set fire. Sometimes big demons, man-eaters and big fighters. Every time they lost their kingdom, lost their wife, lost their prestige, they were put into the forest, full of dangers. But within all those dangers, Krishna was there. With all those dangers. When the Devotee was being naked, Krishna was there supplying cloth. Krishna was always there. Therefore, Bhishma, while he was dying, he was grandfather of the Pandavas. So when the Pandavas came to see him on his deathbed, so he cried that these boys, my grandsons, they're all very pious. Maharaj Yudhishthira, the topmost pious person. His name is Dharmaraj, the king of religiosity. He is the eldest brother. And Bhim and Arjuna, they are devotees and so great hero. They can kill thousands of men. They are so powerful. So Yudhishthira is there. And Bhima is there. Arjuna is there. And Draupadi is directly the goddess of fortune. There was this injunction that wherever Draupadi will be there will be no scarcity of food. In this way, the combination was so nice. And over and above them, Krishna is always with them. And still they are suffering. So he began to cry. I do not know what is the arrangement of Krishna. But such pious men, such devotees, they are also suffering. So, don't think that because I have become a devotee, there will be no danger, no suffering. Prahlad Maharaj suffered so much, the Pandavas suffered so much, Haridas Thakur suffered so much. But we should not be disturbed by those suffering. We must have firm faith, firm conviction that Krishna is there. He will give me protection. Kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranasati. Don't try to take benefit of other shelter than Krishna. Always stick to Krishna. Krishna says, Kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranasati. My dear Arjuna, you can declare it to the public that my devotees are never vanquished. Why declaration was advised to be made by Arjuna? Why he did not declare himself? There is some point. Because this declaration, if Krishna makes, there may be violation, because sometimes he violated his promise. But if his devotee promises, it will be never violated. That is Krishna's business. Oh, my devotee has declared this. I must see that it must be executed. That is Krishna's position. is so much attached to his devotee. Therefore he said that you declare. If I declare, people may not believe it. But if you declare, they will believe it, because you are devotee. Your declaration will never be. Jasya prasadat bhagavat prasad. Oh, Krishna wants to see that my devotee's promise is fulfilled. My promise may not be fulfilled, may be broken. So this is Krishna consciousness. We must stick to Krishna consciousness at all circumstances, even in the most dangerous position. We must keep our faith in Krishna's lotus feet, and there will be no danger. Thank you very much.
Krishna Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So just want to first ask Chakri Prabhu if you would like to share anything from the class with us, and then we can open it up to the rest of the temple room. If anybody would like to share any reflections, anything that stood out from the class, we can have a little. Thank you so much.
Srila Prabhupada mentioned that in the material world there's danger at every step. I've been hearing that a lot lately. There's a famous verse in Bhagavatam, more or less goes like, one should take shelter at the lotus feet of Lord Mukunda to be free from, the boat of the lotus feet of Lord Mukunda to cross over the ocean of material miseries where there's danger at every step. So if we take shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna, that will be the boat that will take us across this material world where there's danger at every step. Somehow that's been coming up lately. Some people in our life had some mishaps, so we were remembering that. So that was one point that Srila Prabhupada made in this lecture. Hare Krishna.
Anybody else that would like to?
Thank you so much, Prabhu. I just wish we would have done it every day, listening to Prabhupada together in Kalachandji temple. This is a verse 1:825, Kunti Maharani's prayer, as Prabhupada was mentioning. And he was saying, punar, punar means repeated, punar means not repeated. So if we see Krishna, we don't have to see again the birth and death, the cycle of birth and death again. And Prabhupada, he is saying that so long we are in this material world, our business is to become Krishna conscious. And when we leave the body, we go back to Krishna. So these two things, like we are preparing, we are living to leave so that we remember at the time of death Krishna and go back to him. And Prabhupada says, Krishna is always there with the devotee, no matter what. But as we have, there's a verse in Srimad Bhagavatam where it says, because of our action, the reaction is like an ocean, but being a devotee, that reaction becomes like a cow hoof. The place of a cow hoof, the water, the water body of a cow hoof. And but at the same time, a devotee should not think that just because I have become a devotee now, there will not be any danger for me. So it's like both. Krishna will make the position much lesser, the painful misery is much lesser, but at the same time, we have to understand that we will still get pain. So many times we are asked that, now I have become devotee, why am I going through this? But it's still there because this is a material world. And that's how we go back, the desire to go back. Otherwise, we would love to live here if there was no pain. So that's what I got. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I liked how he added some extra insight into the verses from Bhagavad Gita, because he was referring to 2:13, Dehinosmin yata dehe komran yovanam jara. yata dehantara praptir dirastatya nimuyati, that as the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, so the soul similarly passes into another body at death, and a sober person is not bewildered by such a change. So he's explaining this to Arjuna, who is, about to kill so many family members, and he's thinking, how can I kill these people? And Krishna's saying, the soul just passes in this body from boyhood to youth, old age, another body, nothing to get disturbed about. And then he adds a little insight there that Arjuna's like, but no, it's terrible when someone you love dies. It's really difficult, it just plunges one into an ocean of grief, because, the soul goes on, but we lose the person's association. We have affection for that person. We have attachment, and they're just gone, and we're never going to see them again. And Krishna says, yes, matra sparshas konteya sitoshna sukadukada agama payino nityas tams titikshas bharata. We just need to tolerate these things, because it's the nature of this world that the seasons come and go, happiness and distress come and go, people come and go, relationships come and go, situations come and go. This is the place of coming and going. So things are going to go. People are going to leave us. They're not going to come back in this lifetime. And so we need to tolerate these things. So, and that happens to everyone, because after all, this is the place of death. This is Martya Loka. And it's one of the dangers, that we're living in a world where people all around us are dying, and we're also consciously or unconsciously knowing that that time will come for us. And so we become fearful. We see, there are dangers, there are threats just walking down the street. Anything can happen. Driving down the highway, anything can happen. So there are these dangers. Sometimes I think that as devotees, like Anuradha Mataji was saying, that sometimes we think that there won't be any suffering, and Prabhupada says that it's a token, we get a token reaction. But sometimes it seems like devotees almost suffer even more. And at one time I was thinking, why is that? Devotees, look at what Prabhupada was saying about the Pandavas, all the things they went, who goes through that? Who suffers the way they suffer? That's like exceptional, extreme difficulty that they went through. And we see also that many devotees, they go through a lot of very difficult situations that a lot of non-devotees don't have to endure that kind of thing. And I was thinking that when we declare this intention that I want to go back to Godhead at the end of this life, I want this to be my last birth in the material world, Krishna's like, okay. He kind of like turns up the heat, It's like, if you want to, it's like, I want this dal to be cooked within the next 15 minutes. All right, then you need to put it on a high flame and keep stirring it, right? Otherwise, if you have an hour, you can put it on a low flame and just let it simmer. You can go in the other room and come back later. But no, if you want it cooked in 15 minutes, turn up the heat. So many lifetimes we've been in this material world, and now in this one life, we're going to go back to Godhead. So Krishna's like, we need to go through some purification and let go. There's a lot of things we need to let go of. And so Krishna arranges these situations in our lives to induce us. That's what the sufferings are for, to induce us to let go of our material attachments and our misidentifications and totally take shelter of Krishna. So like Prabhupada was saying, if at that time we do take shelter of Krishna, then those things are all good. Those things are actually blessings. So, yeah.
Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I feel like this point has been made a lot, but I just wanted to share a reflection. When I was newer to Krishna consciousness, I was reading Bhagavad Gita and I loved it. And I was going to Bhagavad Gita classes, but I didn't really fully know the context of Mahabharata. So it was like a couple years into the movement that I learned that how the Pandavas die. And when I was reading Bhagavad Gita, I was so moved by the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna. I thought it was so special. Like, it really meant a lot to me. And then I found out that Arjuna dies by like falling off a mountain. And I was shocked. I had just assumed somehow in my naivete that he was Krishna's best friend, so he was going to live happily ever after and everything was going to be perfect. And And so I appreciate how Prabhupada mentioned that the Pandavas, how much they suffered, and of course Prahlad Maharaj and Haridas Thakur. And so just because you're so dear to Krishna doesn't mean you won't have sufferings. You still have your own karma. And of course, you're in the material world. So even if you become a devotee, there are still things we have to go through here. Yet, he says, don't take shelter of anything but Krishna, because your final destination is guaranteed. We have to go through our trials here, but your final destination is perfect. And then, the other thing is that famous verse from Bhagavad Gita where Krishna says, declare it boldly, my devotee never perishes. And I've heard so many classes where people speak on why doesn't Krishna say it? Why does he have Arjuna say it? I even heard one Maharaj say because Krishna's a Brajbasi and Brajbasis always lie. But today I finally made the connection that, because we hear when pure devotees speak, Paramatma has to fulfill whatever they say. And I was reminded too of what Radhika Raman Prabhu said last week, that in the beginning, devotees are really anxious to serve Krishna, but eventually that flips, and Krishna is so anxious to serve his devotee, so he'll fulfill that.
Yeah, I was just reflecting on this, that especially when I joined the movement, and I got really into it, and I really wanted like my parents and everybody else to get into it, because I was just like, oh, this is the highest thing you can do for yourself. But then, my dad was always looking for me to be like significantly happier, and that would be the thing that would incite him to like be interested. Until then, he's just like, oh, he's in a phase, or he's doing whatever he's doing. And I was kind of trying to put on a face that I'm like, I'm doing so much better, which I am. But in reality, I'm still struggling. Like in reality, I'm still not completely happy. And I've just come to accept, you know what? It's the result of my own actions. Like I'm still suffering the results of my own sinful activities. And I'm still having to be with my own mind, my own like rascal mind. So anyways, that was just a reflection I had. Hare Krishna.
I was reflecting on how fortunate we are that Srila Prabhupada has reminded us of our greatest friend in Krishna. It's natural when we want to celebrate that we want to celebrate with the people that we love. And when we're having difficulties, we want comfort from those people that we love. And Krishna is providing both of those. When we're ready to celebrate, we thank Krishna and we appreciate him and celebrate with him. And then when we're having our problems in our life and we need somebody to put their arm around our shoulder and say, hey, keep going, Krishna is there for us. And so this is, Srila Prabhupada has reminded us of this greatest relationship, that through these tough times and these great times and these hard times, our hearts can always be just full of joy and happiness because Krishna is comforting us in no matter what. And that's how much do we owe Srila Prabhupada for reminding us of this.
It was towards earlier in the class, there was something that stood out to me. Srila Prabhupada was talking about how there was these like intense austerities that would be performed sitting, in the middle of fire, not in the middle of fire, but near fires and hot, during the summer, and how Lord Chaitanya is so merciful that for us the austerity he gives us is chanting, dancing, and feasting. Srila Prabhupada was saying, but still, we're so unfortunate. We don't want to take to that. And I was actually just reflecting how nice it is to be together with all of you dancing, chanting, and feasting, but how there was many times in my life that I didn't take advantage of that so much. And so just very grateful to that our sacrifices to chant, dance, and feast. Like how fortunate are we? And I was also, many devotees touched on the point, but I was really appreciating how Prabhupada was making it so clear how our, suffering or difficulties is actually Krishna's mercy. That, someone was supposed to die or gets, their head chopped off with a knife, but they just get a little cut instead. And just feeling very reassured. Because sometimes I think I pray more like, Krishna, please be gentle with me, like treat me softly, like it's instead of the opposite of, handle me roughly by your embrace, be gentle with me like a mother and father. Because maybe I'm a little bit of a wimp, but I was just feeling so reassured that any difficulties that I will go through in my life, that Krishna is reducing those. They should be so much more, and that's actually His mercy. So, yeah, I was just really appreciating those 2 points Srila Prabhupada made. Anybody else have any other? Hare Krishna. Anybody else have any other questions, comments? Questions or comments, reflections.
Just that Srila Prabhupada emphasized how, no, Arjuna, you declare it. You declare it, because if I declare it, people may not accept. But if you declare it, then I have to fulfill.
Krishna. Yeah, just on that note of like how Krishna listens to the words of his pure devotees, Srila Prabhupada was able to convince Krishna to take us back to Godhead on chanting 16 rounds and following the 4 regulative principles. This is like nothing. And yes, it is difficult for us still in Kali Yuga, but it's actually possible though. And anything higher would have just been impossible. So thankfully, yeah, Krishna does listen to his pure devotee. Like,
just on that note, I was just building off what Premamrita was just saying, is that, and also what Mother Kunti was saying, that when a devotee says something, then Krishna fulfills it. So when Srila Prabhupada says that if you just chant 16 rounds and follow the 4 regulative principles every day for the rest of your life, you'll go back to Godhead, that's going to happen. So we just need to do what Prabhupada said. If Prabhupada said, you'll go back to Godhead by this process, then we can have 100% faith that we're going back to Godhead by this process. And we just need to hold on tight to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet and follow the process that he said. And many people might criticize us that, I know when Srila Prabhupada first brought his Western disciples to India, the Indians saw them as like a motley crew, There's so many mistakes, so many faults, so many shortcomings. Prabhupada said, don't worry about any of it. Those are all details. You just do as I told you, everything's going to be all right. So people may think that what Prabhupada gave us was not enough, that they're, that the rituals and procedures and that they're oversimplified, that they're kind of like dumbed down or whatever for us ignorant Westerners. And maybe they are. But that's okay, because Prabhupada said that by doing these things, you go back to Godhead, and that's enough. So even if it's back to Godhead for dummies, it's back to Godhead. So let's just do it.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, I really like this point about the process is really simple, just chanting 16 rounds and following the 4 regulative principles. My question is like someone for me a little bit like restless, and we can chant 16 rounds and then, that takes 2 hours out of 24 hours. Then what to do the rest of the 22 hours that we have in the day? I remember someone, I don't remember who said this, but they were saying that what really makes you Krishna consciousness Krishna conscious is also what you are doing when you're not chanting. So how are we living our life? So for me, I like that Prabhupada gave so much. Like he gave us the basic, but then he also gave us all the other things to follow. And my question is like, I always feel like I'm not doing enough. Like I remember I was chanting, I was doing all the things, and then I was feeling like I wasn't doing enough. And then one devotee was like, "You're following the process, don't worry about it." But my mind is still feeling like I'm lacking. So how do we like just accept that we really have to only do this and then we're okay? But I have trouble, I guess, accepting that. Does anyone have advice?
Well, as devotees, we always feel like we're never doing enough. That's something that's not going to go away. We always feel like we're not doing enough because what can we really do, to please Krishna? We're so insignificant, we're so small, we're so fallen, we're so clumsy and so incompetent, But fortunately, Krishna pays more attention to our mood of service. So one of his names is Bhava Grahi Janardana. So he sees he grasps, Graha means grasp. And what does he grasp? He grasps the bhava. He grasps our mood. So whatever we do, no matter how faulty it is, he sees the love. Just like when a small child, he makes some birthday present for his mother. So he's a small kid, like 4-year-old child. He draws some picture, with crayons on a paper, and he writes his name on it and writes, "Mommy, I love you. Here's my drawing." So the mother doesn't look at it and say, "Oh, what a bad drawing," like you'll never, you just like give up on art, You should be something else. She's like, "Oh, thank you so much. That's so beautiful. I love it." And she frames it and puts it on the wall and keeps it in her scrapbook forever and ever. And, so that's how Krishna sees us. We're just like totally incompetent children trying to offer something. And he oversees the incompetence and he sees the love, the loving mood with which we offer it. So that's what we need to work on, is just the mood. And when we're offering our hearts to Krishna through the medium of whatever it is that we're doing as our service, then the service becomes perfect. And and it's good that we don't feel satisfied, because then we always feel like we want to do more. We want to do more. And then that impels us to do more, impels us to go deeper, and impels us to come to a more purity. Because we realize the faultiness of our offerings and we want to improve. So that impetus to improve actually helps us to improve. It induces Krishna to improve us. Yeah.
I was just appreciating Prabhupada's very comprehensive explanation of how to deal with sufferings. He gave so many different ways in which we can do that. From what I could note, I think he gave like 3 different approaches. One was a very practical one, where he's relating to Arjun's example, and he's saying that yes, all these things that you have to do, killing your, going through the death of your grandfather and son, etc. These are really heavy things, and you just have to tolerate. And he gave the example that, like, if you're on a sea, there will be sea waves that will trouble you, but just try to cross over the sea. So very practically, just tolerating was one approach. The other one I thought was very philosophical, where he said that he says, because a surrendered soul, he knows either danger or festival. They are all different demonstrations of Krishna, because Krishna is absolute. So any positive or negative event that happens or situation that comes up, they're all ultimately a manifestation of Krishna's energy. So in that sense, they're not really different. And then the third thing was, again, practical, which is always, this particular verse of Queen Kunti is one of the more mind-boggling ones, and Haldar Maharaj also gave class on this. But it's a very hopeful one. He says that when difficulties come, we welcome them. because it gives us an impetus to remember Krishna. And we should be happy that I'm getting this opportunity to remember Krishna. And I thought in my life and in many people's lives, we may have experienced this, that the moments when we have really reached out to Krishna were moments of suffering. So more sufferings will come in our life in future. And this verse and Srila Prabhupada's explanation tells us that we should welcome those experiences, because they will hopefully help us bring closer to Krishna.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody sharing. It's brought a lot of feelings of gratitude, just hearing y'all's reflections. And I just keep feeling so much gratitude. And so I just wanted to take a moment to express that gratitude, because this is especially the day to express our gratitude for Srila Prabhupada. And I'm really thankful. Yesterday, Nityananda Prabhu was saying how, we were on a bus to hell, singing Kumbaya, so happy, going to hell, and Srila Prabhupada, stopped the bus and made us get off, and then took us back to Godhead, got us on that bus. And I just thankful.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Hare Krishna. I just want to share my reflection on the Srimad Bhagavatam shloka that Prabhupada quoted. Tatte nukampa susamikshmano bhunjanevatmakam vipakam. From Bhagavad Gita chapter 2, we understand that this world is full of miseries. Every morning we sing Sansara Dhava, Nalanida Loka. There's forest fire. And we have to tolerate. But then in today's lecture, when I was reading the translation of this shloka, it says we have to tolerate, but for how long? To the point of breaking down, we're saying no. In the translation, it says patiently. It says, my dear Lord, one who unlessly waits for you to bestow your causeless mercy upon him, all the while patiently, susamikshmano, patiently suffering the reactions of past misdeeds. Now the question is, patience for what? So in the end, it says, the one who is patiently suffering the reactions of his past misdeeds, what he is going to get? He is surely eligible for liberation, for it has become the rightful claim. Like we have insurance, we pay premium, and anything happens, then we can claim. So it's like you have paid the premium for patiently suffering the reactions of past misdeeds, and then you can file your claim to be eligible for liberation. So thank you very much. That was my reflection. There's small price to pay. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Just going off of what the woman in the green said, I kind of disagree. I mean, I think there is, nobody likes criticism, but it just reminded me, there's a letter Prabhupada wrote to somebody. It was like, oh, there's this group called the Smarta Brahmanas, and they like nothing of what we do. But if we're falling down this miserably, maybe they're right. And it's like, it's just a constant reminder of we should be the best version of ourselves, Yeah.
I grew up playing sports, and you'll learn in sports and from a coach that a team shows its grit by how it shows up when there's adversity. If you want to really see a good team when there's adversity, they build each other up and they come back even harder. a team that quits, a team that isn't successful is a team that when there's adversity, they'll shrink. You can also learn this in our relationships too, that when you go through some tough times in a relationship with your family or your loved one, that when you're going through tough times, how you show up really determines how much growth you find in your relationship. And so similarly in Krishna consciousness, when we're going through these difficulties, we have an opportunity to show up in a way that we really can lean on Krishna and ask for his help. And when you do that and you come through the other end, you see this amazing growth in your relationship, or this amazing trust that deepens, or this confidence in Krishna that deepens so much. And that's the foundation of love, is that trust and confidence that you gain in each other. As I know you're going to show up, and you know that I'm going to show up in my best way. And so we can actually, when we have these difficulties, we can go, wow, here's an opportunity for me to really grow my relationship with Krishna that much more. When everything's going nice, it's like you just kind of expect it, right? Oh, hey, everything's good, you know. Yeah. But when you go through a tough time, that's when you get to see somebody's character really come out, you know. They're willing to open up their heart, be vulnerable, be all these things that are, we got to scratch, you know, go deeper into, you know, into ourselves. And so that's what happens when we're going through these difficulties, is we get to really see our grit. We get to really see what's deep inside, and we get a chance to grow our relationship with Krishna. So it's just, anyways, thinking in a practical way how wonderful that is.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you all so much for the wonderful reflections and discussion after class. So we'll have about an hour break now. And at 10 o'clock, we'll start up with Abhishek, Srila Prabhupada. Then we'll have some homages and offerings and memories of Srila Prabhupada at 10:30. And then at 12:15, we'll have Pushpanjali, followed by Srila Prabhupada's Guru Puja at 12:30, and then nice Prasadam feast after that. So thank you all so much for being here. And anybody who's looking for some service opportunities, there's pot washing around 11:45, 12 in the kitchen. And then after Prasadam, cleaning up the area that we take Prasadam in. So if everybody pitches in 5 or 10 minutes, it'll be nice and we'll have fun together serving. So thank you all so much for being here. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. There's one devotee who has lost her spectacles, black colored spectacles. So if you find them, please let me know. Pragati, she has lost her spectacles.
Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Are we doing Guru Puja or just Hare Krishna? Okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavati Masyatadesha Charine. Namaste Nirvashesha Shunyavati Basatari Satari. Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavati Masyatadesha Charine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Nityananda. Srivasadi Gaura Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gauranga. Nitai Nitai.
Devotees to line up on both sides, 2 lines for the Abhishek.
Devotees, please line up to get into the Abhishek, please.
There's 2
right,
lines.
2 lines. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Nitai Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Krishna. Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna. You cover me while I go. Cover me while I go. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare.
If you wanna go.
I need to at some point, but now the line got big, so I'll wait. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Astotasta Shri Srimad, His Divine Grace Srila Bhaya Charanarvindam Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. ISKCON Founder Acharya, BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. ISKCON Guru Brinda ki Jai. Shri 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 Guru Parampara ki Jai. Shri Sadgosai Prabhu ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Brinda ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Prem se kaho Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana ki Jai. Brajabhumi Shri Vrindavan Dham ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham ki Jai. Purushottam Chitra Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki Jai. Shri Gokul Puri Dham ki Jai. Yamuna Mai ki Jai. Ganga Mai ki Jai. Srimati Tulasi Devi Maharani ki Jai. Srimati Bhakti Devi Maharani ki Jai. Samaveda Bhakta Brinda ki Jai. Bolo Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki Jai. Sankirtan Mahajagya ki Jai. Jugadharma Hare Krishna Mahamantra ki Jai. ISKCON Texas Yatra ki Jai. Jai Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Books and Prasadam Distribution ki Jai. Jai the Holy Appearance Day of Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki Jai. Jai Bolo Shri 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 Panchatattva ki Jai. Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki Jai. Shri 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 Jagannath Baladeva Subhadra Maharani ki Jai. Shri Shri Prahlada Nrsimha Deva ki Jai. Shri Shri Chota Radha Govinda ji ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Govinda ji ki Jai. Shri Shri Chota Radha Kalachanji ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji Dham ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachanji Dham Gaura Bhakta Brinda ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hare. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees, Hare Krishna. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Can one of the men help pick up the table as well? That's good. Okay, Hare Krishna. यहीं पे होगा पूरी नहीं है कहाँ गए और दे फिर आउटसाइड ओके प्रभु जी इसको कहाँ पे आप बाहर लेके जाएंगे ना कि पीछे ओके टेबल था हरे कृष्ण I just figured I'd bring two of each. Okay. want to, and the other one they can read from, and they can read from these ones as well. Yeah, so each we can offer to Prabhupada as well.
And then we'll have the other well, I guess there's so many devotees here, so probably disciples can speak, but we notice more and more devotees arrive, and then we usually have a bunch of disciples speak at the very end.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So you want to start it off? You start it off, and then let us offer the book first.
Okay.
So you offer one book, I offer one book to Prabhupada. So you want to do that?
Yeah, you can tell everybody what you want.
Okay, and you want to offer the book to Prabhupada then?
Sure.
Yeah, just put it on his hand, Okay. Hare Krishna. Welcome everybody to today's happiest day of our life, the appearance of our grand spiritual master, and for some of us, like Meenakshi Prabhu here and others, this is the spiritual master, and for the rest of us, our grand spiritual master. And today is the day when actually his appearance heralded something very important in this world, which is that this world headed into Kali Yuga, already into Kali Yuga, heading into the worst parts of Kali Yuga, was going to be saved by this person. And he was actually predicted by Lord Nityananda as a person, a Senapati, meaning a leader of an army of devotees. And it's funny enough that when ISKCON started, the Indian government thought that the Hare Krishna movement was part of the CIA. And so we can see that there's some connection, with Prabhupada's movement and an army of devotees who are liberating the world with chanting, feasting and dancing like that. So we used to call ourselves at that time Chaitanya's International Army, because that was the CIA, right, for us, like that. So, so today, how we're going to do this is that we'll have, any of you would like to say something about Prabhupada, come up and speak, and then we'll ask the disciples of Srila Prabhupada and other senior devotees to speak at the end, and then we'll start with Pushpanjali, and after Pushpanjali we'll do the Guru Puja, and after the Guru Puja we'll serve out a wonderful feast that's being prepared right now, will be offered to the Lord and offered to Srila Prabhupada just prior to the Pushpanjali happening. All right, thank you very much. So now, the Singharupa Prabhu has just offered Srila Prabhupada the Vyasa Puja book. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja book ki jai. Wonderful offerings made in that book. These offerings are actually available online as well, just so you know. If you go online and you Google Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja book 2024, 23, whichever year, you'll see the books turn up and you can read these. Srila Prabhupada once told some of his senior disciples, one of whom was Srila Gurudev, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, that the best medicine we can have to keep our Krishna conscious health alive is actually to read one offering every day that was made to Srila Prabhupada, like that. When you read that, it actually, you'll see that if you ever read Prabhupada's offerings, and there are two books actually. There's one book that's the Vyasa Puja book, which is the official, you might say, GBC-led book. And then there's another book that's led by Srila Prabhupada's disciples, right? And so there are two books like that. And the Singharupa Prabhu has both of them here. So this is the book, this is the book called Srila Prabhupada's Tributes. And this is done by all of the disciples of Srila Prabhupada, writing about Srila Prabhupada. Just, again, if you just read one from here or there or both a day, you'll be amazed how much it'll help you in your Krishna consciousness. There is nothing greater than glorifying devotees. When you glorify devotees, then Krishna becomes very happy. And he gives us far more blessings than when we glorify him, like that. So these are glorifications. If you read about these, and anytime Vyasa Puja offerings are made like that, that'd be very good. Good. You want to say something?
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So just want to welcome you all and thank you so much for being here. This is the most important day of the year for us because we get the opportunity to appreciate the pure devotee that brought Krishna consciousness to the West. And if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada, we wouldn't have this temple, we wouldn't have Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji and all the deities. And there are a few devotees here that are direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada, that we're very fortunate to have their association. But for the most part, we have all been initiated by disciples of Srila Prabhupada. And so if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada, we wouldn't have our spiritual masters, we wouldn't have this family of devotees that we're so fortunate to be part of. So thank you so much for coming together. We're very grateful to have Manakshi Prabhu here, and Chakri Prabhu, and I know Mother Sucharya had a procedure today, so I don't know if she'll be here. Mother Birmala is here as well, so we're very grateful that we have Srila Prabhupada's disciples here. And when His Holiness Haladar Maharaj was here in Dallas, he really kept making the point that we have no qualifications to serve Krishna, and our only qualification is that we are assisting our spiritual master in their service to Krishna. And so I was just reflecting on that and feeling how fortunate we are that we have disciples of Srila Prabhupada here in Dallas, and we can directly serve them and assist them in their service to Srila Prabhupada. So please take advantage of that opportunity. And let's all be very present in the room and really take advantage of this time to hear about Srila Prabhupada and enrich our lives and ask for his blessings and mercy. So thank you so much for being here. So I think we'll ask other devotees to come read or speak about Srila Prabhupada, and then towards the end we'll give time to hear from Srila Prabhupada's disciples, because we want to make sure the most devotees have the opportunity to hear from them that have had personal contact with Srila Prabhupada and have been serving him. So, yeah. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to His Grace Nityananda Prabhu. And then those that would like to speak, Nityananda Prabhu can call on some devotees. Those that would like to speak, you can also raise your hand. And as time allows, we'll hopefully get to hear from as many devotees as possible. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuranmetam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Deshtarine. So something very special for all of us here at this temple is that Srila Prabhupada personally visited this temple a number of times. And we have his quarters upstairs. If any of you have never been there, please make a point of visiting Srila Prabhupada in his quarters, at least today, so that you can actually go and speak to him. When I became temple president in the year 2000, the first day was called Y2K. And if any of you remember Y2K, that was the day when the world was supposed to end and everything was supposed to go south. So I was chosen as the temple president at that time. And so at the time when I spoke to my spiritual master and asked him what is the best I could do, he said the best thing you can do is to serve Srila Prabhupada upstairs in his room every day. So I used to wake him up and put him to rest. And he said, actually Srila Prabhupada is here and he's the one who runs this whole temple. So please visit with him and please talk to him. All of us are his children, grandchildren. Grandchildren get more support than children, right? This is the way life works. Grandparents and grandchildren have very special relationships. Speak to him, ask him, talk to him. You will see amazing things happen in your life. I can only say one thing: I was most unqualified to be a temple president, but because I would speak to him like that every day and ask him about what I should do and not do, he guided me in ways that otherwise I would have thought, no, this is not the right way to do things. And a lot of people would tell me, no, this is not the right way to do it. But that's how Srila Prabhupada said I should do it, and I did it. And it worked out. Actually, all worked out. Worked out so nicely. We have the best temple president now as a result. The greatness of a mother is to deliver a baby, right? That's a greatness. She delivers babies. So, the temple president, bringing in a next temple president that's actually more advanced, smarter, greater, will be able to do greater things, is actually the dream of any temple president. So I want to let you know that. Please do that. Please go and visit with Prabhupada upstairs. Of course, he's here as well. And a lot of people have found that Prabhupada spoke to him right here. But in that place, he's in a very special situation where he wants to hear from you. He wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you and encourage you so that wherever we are in our Krishna consciousness, we can make rapid progress. the next thing is that it was Srila Prabhupada who set up 108 temples around the world, and this is one of the premier temples that he set up around the world. And he designated this temple as a very important temple because he said Dallas will be the seat of learning. Dallas will be the place where education will happen from. And education is a very, very powerful tool to reach out to people like that. Of course, Krishna Prabhupada gave us two bullets, he called them the ISKCON bullets, Prasadam and Kirtan. These are two ISKCON bullets. But education is one very powerful process. In the 7 processes of ISKCON, it is the number one purpose of ISKCON, to educate people. So that's another thing. And then, of course, he brought in the oldest deity of ISKCON to Dallas as well, Kalachandji. Actually, we say on the board that he's more than 500 years old. But there are devotees who know about him, who are from Vrindavan, who are from the family that actually crafted this deity. In anything in life, there is always a parampara. So there are parampara people who actually make deities, and they're qualified to fashion deities like that. And so Kalachandji was fashioned by one of those Stapati families, they're described as Stapatis. And so one of the family members' friends, because he was visiting and he knows that family very well, and that family told him the story about Kalachandji. And what I understand from what he said, and I could be wrong, it could be older, but the deity is at least 2,000 years old. 2,000 years. And this is the oldest deity in ISKCON, you know, and right here in Dallas. We're so fortunate. Kalachandji is Mother Yashoda's favorite name for Krishna, calls him Kalachandra. And Lord Chaitanya, when he says, when I chant Hare Krishna, the only 2 meanings I get from that is Yashoda Nandana and Shyamasundar. Shyamasundar in relationship to Radharani, and Yashodananda in reference to Mother Yashoda. These are the 2 principal players in our pastimes, and we have one of the players principal named deity with us here in Dallas. So that's very, very fortunate that we have that. And then the other thing, which is something that Nrsimharupa alluded to and spoke about, was that Srila Prabhupada made a very direct statement to his disciples. He said, no one in this world, and he referred to his disciples and anyone after that as well, is qualified to go back home, back to Godhead. We're too fallen. We think we're smart, we know this, we actually know nothing, actually, compared to what is there, but there is to know. But he says, I have the key to the back door. So he said, just follow me and do what I ask you to do, and then I will let you in through the back door. That's our entrance. Today is the day when we can please Srila Prabhupada by doing what he wants us to do, with the most important of which is to chant Hare Krishna and actually to serve devotees who are chanting Hare Krishna. These are the 2 most important things. Prabhupada said these 2 make up 90% of our life if we want to progress in Krishna consciousness. 90% comes from chanting, and 90% comes from serving devotees who are chanting, because the Lord is never separated from his devotee. So those of us who are chanting, we are the servants of the holy name, and so serving the servants of the holy name is the greatest thing we can do. And who greater a servant of the holy name than Srila Prabhupada, right? How much he chanted Hare Krishna, how he stood under that one tree in New York, right? And with single-handedly with cymbals in his hand chanted Hare Krishna, and the whole movement started from that chanting underneath a tree alone. There was nobody to support, nobody who was saying, I'll help you, Prabhupada, nobody. He was just him. But he had so much faith. And we was asked at one time, how come, Prabhupada, this movement became so great? He said 2 things. One is, when I first met my spiritual master, he said, I made a promise to myself. I made a vow. The vow was, I was going to see Krishna face to face in this lifetime. So he made his effort based on that goal. That's a very difficult goal. To think that Krishna is going to come in front of you and show himself to you? Yeah, right, that's going to happen, you know. But Prabhupada was determined. He was going to get Krishna to come in face to face and show himself face to face. That was one thing, and he said the second thing was, I had complete faith in the holy name. Complete faith in the holy name. So we can see, right? And another thing that I might add, he did say it, but he didn't quite say it at the time, was the third thing is that he always thought that he was acting on behalf of his spiritual master. He never thought that I am doing, he thought my spiritual master is doing, and I am the instrument. So anytime anybody would praise him, he would praise his spiritual master and say, that's all my spiritual master's credit, like that. These are things we can really learn from in our lives, so that we can actually become serious, because death is stalking us. We just did a cremation ceremony yesterday for a very nice devotee. And so in that cremation ceremony, some of our devotees were there as well, actually. So basically, we were making the point that we shouldn't be like a sloth. The sloth, it's eating berries, and at the back, something is eating it up. And at some point, whatever is eating it up at the back, eats it up so much it dies, eating berries. It just wasted its life. So we shouldn't be like that. Prabhupada gave this example that we should know that death is stalking us. Right behind us is death. And death is moving closer and closer and closer. And at some point, it's over. And then if we're just enjoying our senses and doing things that we think are important in this world, then we're just being a sloth. That's not our purpose. Our purpose is actually be devotees of Krishna. Always serve Krishna. And today I was reading this morning, Krishna was saying, I'm so obliged to my devotees, I cannot repay them. He says, but the only way I can repay them is the happiness they have in doing pious activities. And Srila Prabhupada describes pious activities are activities which are pleasing to Krishna. They call pious. So every time we do something, just think to yourself, you're doing it only because you want to please Krishna. And enjoy it. Nothing wrong enjoying. The soul is meant to enjoy. Please enjoy your service. Please be happy, celebrate, like we say, chant, feast and dance. But at the same time, understand that we're only doing that because it gives Krishna a lot of pleasure and Krishna's devotees a lot of pleasure. So this is the message that Srila Prabhupada came to give us, and for which we know today to be the best day of our lives. Although yesterday we were saying that was the best day of our life. Krishna is so kind to us, he gives us many best days of our lives. When our spiritual master appears, that's also a best day of our life, like that. So many wonderful best days. Radharani's appearance day in Dallas is amazing, right? For those of you who've ever experienced Radhastami in Dallas, I mean, that's just another level of devotional service. So things like that, you know, Lord Chaitanya's appearance day, Lord Nityananda's, Lord Nrsingadev's appearance day, like that. So many days. Govardhan Puja is just a knockout. I mean, it's pretty much knockout every day as far as ISKCON is concerned. We're a festival religion, we're a kitchen religion, and that's the part I love best about our movement. It's all about a lot of food, and we're great time foodies, have great food, and sing and dance our hearts out in our lives. So thank you very much for attending today's program, and so I'm going to ask if any of you would like to come and say something, please put your hand up. Otherwise, I'm just going to invite some of you as I see you, and then we'll have Srila Prabhupada's disciples speak in the end, so that they can bring it all together because they had their personal contact with. So Mahari Prabhu, you want to start it off? Please.
Yeah, I guess. This is the place to stand, because the camera is right here. Okay. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Deshatani Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo. And when I came into the temple this morning, a little late, but Srila Prabhupada said, that's all right, you're here now.
I mean, I imagined he said that. So I was offering my obeisances, and so a thought was impressed on my mind at that time that Srila Prabhupada's been sitting here this whole time. I remember my initiation in this temple room, and he was sitting there. And at that time, the temple room wasn't built. Was still the cinder block walls. And I don't remember what the floor was, but I don't think this floor was here yet. And so Srila Prabhupada was there then, and he's here now, and he's been here the whole time. And then the thought came to me about the absolute truth. In the Krishna book, Srila Prabhupada explains what the absolute truth is. I think it's in the beginning, in the prayers of the demigods. And he says that Krishna is the absolute truth because he was here before the creation was manifest. And then he was here maintaining the entire creation the whole time. And then he also exists after this creation will be annihilated. And so all these relative truths, which are part of this world, they also come from him. But Krishna is the absolute truth. So then I thought that Srila Prabhupada, so he was there before ISKCON was created. And then he was there maintaining everything during his presence here. And now he's still here, overseeing everything. So he is like the absolute truth. And all his activities, all his qualities, his form, everything about him is transcendental. And it will increase in a transcendental way. Like all these things that we hear about Srila Prabhupada from people that personally witnessed it, these things, they seem amazing to us now. But in the future, that will increase and increase and increase and increase because it's transcendental, it's completely spiritual. And so these things which we hear about and we think how amazing what Srila Prabhupada did, in the future it will just be something totally different. The transcendental truth, it's unlimited, but it is according to our ability to see. So as our seeing increases, then also these transcendental activities increase. And all Srila Prabhupada's, everything about him will increase unlimitedly. This movement will increase unlimitedly. No one can stop it. When I was a teenager, one of my heroes was Bob Dylan. He used to write songs that resonated with the times back in the 60s. And he said in one of his songs that something like, "Don't block up the doorway." He was talking about what was happening back then, the mood of the people back then, that Srila Prabhupada came right in the midst of that. And he was saying, don't block up the doorways. And he was also saying, if you can't help, then get out of the way. So this movement will increase unlimitedly. And we have the choice. We can either take part or we can step back. But if we take part in any of our individual capacity, then we'll be benefited unlimitedly. So that's all I'd like to say. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. So somebody else would like to come? Maybe one of the Matajis on your side. You want to do that? Yes, come, Nandini. Come right through.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashaya Bhutale Shimate Dhamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namane Gurudev. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashaya Bhutale Shimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prasharane Nirvishesha Shunyavani Pashyata Deshatarane. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Shri Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. I was reflecting on a few things this morning. The first thing I was reflecting on is how Srila Prabhupada, he was so actually broad-minded. He was not dogmatic or sectarian. He was very broad-minded. And he encouraged householders to worship in their home. If you can't live in the temple, and in the beginning days, basically, everyone lived in the temple. And so that is the path of purification, to worship the deities that you have in your home with love and devotion. And Prabhupada said, this is very wonderful. So that was one realization I had as I woke very early this morning and bathed and dressed Srila Prabhupada. And my Giriraj, Gauri Sham, Gornitai, very, very purifying. It's mercy, really mercy. And the other thing I was reflecting on is Srila Prabhupada. He had many obstacles. He had many struggles just coming over. Before even coming over, he was on the streets distributing literatures. Very difficult, very, very difficult, but he was totally dependent on his spiritual master. And he had such firm faith in Lord Chaitanya and Krishna. But it was challenging. And then when he came on the Jaladuta, he had not one but 2 heart attacks. But he survived, and he became 70 on that flight over, on that Jaladuta over. And then when he got to the States, he wound up in Butler, Pennsylvania, where he would cook in his little cooker for them, but there was meat in the refrigerator, and he tolerated so many inconveniences and difficulties, but he was totally transcendental. So then, in the U.S., he had also challenges. He was trying to find where to go and ended up in the Bowery, and he would have to step over drunkards, people tripping out on drugs, and ultimately all of his things were stolen. His typewriter books were stolen. So in a relative situation, we might say this is suffering. And there have been comments that, yes, Prabhupada endured suffering, but he was such a pure, unalloyed devotee that this did not hinder him or stop him in any way. He continued to go forward. And as Nityananda said, chanted under the tree in Thompson Square Park alone. And that was the beginning of everything.
then even before that, he became very ill again in the U.S. And Govinda Dasi, who is a dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and took care of him during that illness that he had. She got a place by the sea, and she wrote a book called Roses and Sandalwood. And if you've not read it, it's a beautiful, beautiful little book. And she said that when Prabhupada, emanated this sandalwood scent that just permeated the whole place, and then she would go and pick roses and put roses everywhere in Prabhupada's quarters to help him convalesce during that illness that he endured. And so I know a little bit about suffering, and I'm not a transcendental pure devotee like Srila Prabhupada, but I can honestly say that the suffering or the challenges that I'm enduring right now have brought me so much closer to Krishna. So much deepening my internal spiritual life. And so Nityananda reflected when he spoke today about how as we get older, we can understand that death is coming at any moment. And not only as we get older. I remember in San Francisco during the Rath Yatra, I mean, it was in the 80s, and this young man came on his bicycle, and he saw Jagannath, and I remember speaking to him, and then he drove away, and he was killed instantly by a car, young man. So we think, okay, we're older, or we're infirmed, or we're ill, and in that way, death is death. It certainly is a sign that death is close, but we can never know. And so therefore, Prabhupada gave us the greatest gift of the blessing of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to take shelter of the holy name, chant the holy name, deepen your spiritual life, go within, and take the association of devotees. That was what Prabhupada created. None of this would be here if it wasn't for Srila Prabhupada. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
So anybody else would like to say? Prabhupada Priyamaraji, can you say something, please?
Hare Krishna. I wrote something. Actually, I started writing my Vyasa Puja offering, and the way that devotees generally, sort of standard way of opening the Vyasa Puja offering is, Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. So I was typing that, please accept my respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet, and then I paused and I was like, what does that even mean? What does it mean to offer obeisances in the dust? Why do we say that? So then I just started reflecting on the dust of Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet and what that means for us and what that means for me. So my offering is mainly on that topic. So, dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most respectful obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. I beg to roll in that dust and smear my entire body with it. For it is only by the fragrance of that dust that Krishna will recognize me as your servant and accept me as his own. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.32, Prahlad Maharaj recommends, Naishamatis tavadurukramangrim sprishatyanartha pagamo yadartaha mahiyasham padarajobhishekam Niskinchananam narinitayavat. The translation is, unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaishnava, completely freed from material contamination. Persons very much inclined towards materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way can one become freed from material contamination. So the Sanskrit there is Pada Rajo Abhishekam. So Abhishek, we need to do Abhishek on ourselves with the dust of the lotus feet, with this Pada Raja. So Raja means dust, like we say Raja Raja, the dust of Vrindavan. So we need to take the dust of the lotus feet of a person like Srila Prabhupada, That dust of your lotus feet, Srila Prabhupada, is not ordinary. Usually dust makes things dirty, but the dust of your lotus feet purifies one of all material contamination, frees the soul from all anarthas. Each and every speck of that dust is like touchstone, but better, for a touchstone only fulfills desires, but your touch purifies desires, awakens transcendental desires, and fulfills those only to give rise to more transcendental desires, endless aspirations for divine service. What does it mean to roll in the dust of your lotus feet? It means to be immersed in the service of your servants who have taken shelter like particles of dust, like atoms at your lotus feet. It means to dedicate oneself to your mission, to actively contribute toward the fulfillment of at least one of the 7 purposes of ISKCON. And it means to follow in your footsteps, to walk the path that is paved with the dust of your lotus feet, the path you have tread and which you have left behind for us, the path of bhakti, which takes us back to Godhead. This path is not an easy one. It is the road less traveled in this world. Less traveled, but most blissful. Life in Krishna consciousness is the most sublime transcendental gift. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving me a life in which we start each morning dancing, in which we wake up and see the most beautiful, most merciful Lord, and sing for him in the association of souls who have devoted their lives to his service. Srila Prabhupada, you gave us the spiritual world. When Krishna descended 5,000 years ago to perform his pastimes, he brought his own spiritual abode of Goloka with him. And when he departed from this world, he left behind his abode. The same Govardhan hill is there, the same Yamuna, the same dust of Vrindavan is still there in Vraj for us to take shelter of. The remnants of Krishna's holy dham remind us of him and increase our desire to be with him and serve him. Similarly, Srila Prabhupada, in establishing the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, you created replicas of Vrindavan Dham all over the world. You constructed beautiful temples, installed Radha and Krishna deities, and trained everyone who came in the activities of Goloka. Following in the footsteps of your beloved Lord, when you left this world, you left all this behind for us. And to prove the statement that his devotee is more merciful than himself, Krishna blessed this movement not just to remain, but to expand. While Govardhan Hill is sinking into the ground day by day, and the Yamuna is said to be moving away from Vrindavan, and the dust of Vraj is being covered by asphalt and concrete, the spiritual replicas of Vrindavan that you established are increasing and expanding. Srila Prabhupada, since coming to Texas, I am seeing so much growth, so many new projects, new temples coming up, new initiatives being started. Gradually more devotees are coming. Yes, there are apparent problems in ISKCON. In various ways, shapes, and forms, we observe disagreements and mistreatments of devotees. There are also apparent problems in the holy land of Vraj. When devotees ask you why the streets of Krishna's holy Vrindavan Dham are strewn with garbage, why there are open, stinking gutters, why there is poverty and brutality and chaos in Vrindavan Dham, you said, this is not Vrindavan. This is the Yogamaya covering, which Krishna arranges to protect the real Vrindavan, Krishna's personal homeland, from materialistic people. Such people become disgusted by these external things, and they leave Vrindavan and never want to come back. Pure-hearted devotees, though, see Vrindavan much differently. They see a beautiful transcendental place enchanted with blissful service to Krishna. They feel Krishna's presence, mercy, and love in his Dham, and they are inspired by the spontaneous, intense, and enduring love of its residents for Radha and Krishna. In the same way, there are devotees who focus on the faults of ISKCON, and they become so disturbed by these that they end up leaving. But this is the Yogamaya covering of your movement, Srila Prabhupada, which protects pure bhakti from those who may exploit it for mundane benefits. Those who are sincere overlook the faults and see a pure transcendental movement, which is blessed by Krishna and Sri Sri Gaurnitai and all the acharyas. This movement offers the highest benediction, ecstatic love of Krishna to all humanity. Srila Prabhupada, people who say that you did not give everything have yet to see the reality of ISKCON beneath the covering. They are like flies licking the outside of the jar of honey and saying that it tastes bad. But those who have entered into the heart of your movement can experience the sweetness and relish the real Vrindavan atmosphere that you have opened up for us. How to access the real ISKCON? How to remove the Yogamaya covering? By smearing our bodies with the dust of your lotus feet. That dust is glorified all over the world. Pure devotees who know the confidential secrets of devotional service know this. Like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, as he writes in his song, Shuddha Bhakata Charanarenu Bhajana Anukula, that the dust of the lotus feet of a pure devotee is one of the main roots or causes of pure devotional service. So, Srila Prabhupada, on this auspicious day of your appearance, I beg to remain a servant in your movement. For this is the place where the dust of your lotus feet is most available and most concentrated. Let us all roll in that dust so enthusiastically that it creates a dust storm that whirls around and spreads like a tornado and picks up everyone in this world, purifies them, and takes them back home, back to Godhead. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. So we also are very fortunate to have with us one of our first temple presidents of this temple, His Grace Radhanath Prabhu. So I'll have you please come and say something. Thank you.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Tough acts to follow, three very advanced devotees. I'm afraid you're going to get the cowherd version with me, so we're going to take it down to a molecular level. I spend my life every day in amazement. We see the big things that happen. We see the Harinams, we see so many books have been distributed. But what we don't think about are the little tiny ways that Srila Prabhupada has worked Krishna into the entire planet. When you take prasadam, and you get finished, you don't eat it all, you rake it on the ground. Living entities eat that. When you go to the kitchen, when you wash your plate, there are bacteria, there are microbes in the drain. They eat that. We have absolutely, I shouldn't say we, I should say, I have absolutely no understanding of who Srila Prabhupada is. I have firsthand experience of serving my spiritual master and seeing how he served Srila Prabhupada. And he had the reputation for being heavy. And one day I finally get the realization that the reason he's heavy is he's upset that we're not serving him the way that he serves Srila Prabhupada. And by proxy, we're not serving Srila Prabhupada properly. So he is forcing us to a platform that we don't know about. But that's what spiritual life is. I've mentioned on several occasions that I think one thing that holds us back is how we are with each other. That we don't properly respect each other as Vaishnavas. We just don't. And because of that, it creates so many problems. So I think it's incumbent on each of us to look at ourselves, to humbly see what our position is in society, in ISKCON, and realize that we're not going to all come to the level of Madhyamadikari. We're what to think of Uttama. I want to come to the level of Kanistha. That's where we are. And we can be a person that criticizes and this should be done, that should be done, and this person should have done this. If you don't like the way it was done, if you don't like the way it's being done, then offer a better solution. If you know a better way to do it, then you do it. It's very simple. We have to be the doer according to our level. And if we can't do it, if we don't want to do it, then the very least we can do is encourage someone else to do it and accept what we may see or think of as their imperfect service. But if we think of their imperfect service, then our service is completely, what good is it, right? I was encouraged to tell this story, and I hope it's not inappropriate, because to understand the mercy of the pure devotee, to understand the mercy of Lord Nityananda, Srila Gurudev told a story one time about this one devotee. It was pretty much a nonsense, and he constantly had difficulties. So Srila Gurudev, he said he had just had it one day. So he goes to Prabhupada, and he says, Prabhupada, how much longer are you going to put up with this guy? This is ridiculous. He's just blasted, just ready to go. And he said that Prabhupada looked at him very gravely and said, you do not know the mercy of Lord Nityananda. We have no idea. We have no idea how far-reaching it is. And I want to relate, one of my god sisters encouraged me to relate this story because it shows very clearly what we don't understand about what Srila Prabhupada did when he came here. And it's about the passing, and many of you know that I just lost my stepdaughter here a couple of months ago. The girl never did a moment's devotional service other than teasing me about being a Hare Krishna, saying Krishna's name. But she was encouraging. She was a nice girl, very nice girl. So she contracted this cancer, and while she had no heavy belief, one thing that we don't understand, that we don't appreciate, I don't think. If I'm taking too long, tell me and I'll shut up. Anyhow, as devotees, we have a strong faith. We have a strong belief that we're not this body, that this is not it for us. But there's trillions of people out there that don't have that. And it's hard to understand. And this girl is one of them. And she tried to do her best Christian imitation. And finally she realized that the end was nigh. And so she said, "Papa, just take care of me." Well, sadly she got me. But fortunately, she got what I was taught. She got all of you. And she got prasadam, she got maha, she got all the things that we normally get. So here's a woman, 52 years old, never been serious about anything. When she left her body, she had a steady diet of Ganga baths. Every day we'd put Ganga water on her head. On her things that she ate, unbeknownst to her, she had the dust of Vrindavan that she was eating every day. One of my dear friends brought me some Radha Kund Shamaka. He collected water from all the different kunds in the forest of Vrindavan. And she was getting bathed with this, and she was getting it in her mouth. When she left her body, Tulsi was right here. Srila Prabhupada was chanting. We had a tape, and her husband was very kind to let that happen. And Tulsi was there. Lord Nrsingadev, she asked to leave her body, and my room in my house was her room as a child, and she wanted to die in that room. So here's everybody blessing this person, and that's causeless mercy. There was nothing you could say this person did that would warrant that. But this is what Srila Prabhupada has given the entire world. So any little thing that we can do, we should do. No matter how minute or what we think that it is, if it has to do with Krishna, give it to him. Prabhupada always was encouraged us and said himself, Hare Krishna. He always said, put the book in it, let them touch the book. Prabhupada understood all these little things. So when we say he is Jagat Guru, it's not just of the devotees. Everybody, every living entity, regardless of the body that they're in, they are Srila Prabhupada's disciples. He brought Lord Chaitanya's mercy to the entire world. For me, I'm simple-minded. I just take care of the cows and clean up cow manure all day. So, I can't relate to all these, intelligent things that you guys talk about. So I have to look at the small things, and I have to tell you, I'm okay with that. I'm okay realizing that, a dung beetle gets a chance at a human body. They get a chance at hearing, they get to hear Krishna's holy name because somehow or another he engaged, our place in devotional service. It's just for me, I'm sorry, it's just mind-blowing. So that's my simplicity. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. The deities would really appreciate that because every day the deities, whatever they get in terms of their milk, sweets, milk products comes from Radhanath Prabhu. Yeah, and it is his farm, and so we really appreciate that. Prabhupada so much wanted that we have our own farms, our own milk, and also vegetables like that. And now it's happening in Dallas, thanks to Radhanath Prabhu. And taking up the responsibility at some time. When you take the responsibility at some time, things dawn on you that are going to be really amazing that you can do into the future, and stay simple, but create things that are truly impactful in terms of serving the deities and serving the devotees. Anybody else would like to say something? Then Braj Prabhu, you want to come across, say something? Then I'll call upon Prabhupada's disciples, so they have time as well to speak. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I was listening to these offerings. I couldn't help but just be so joyed in the different, diverse offerings. It's so amazing that Srila Prabhupada has made this house that everyone can live in, you know? And you can see it in these offerings, and you can see it in our temples. And I was particularly thinking about this diversity and how it's affected my life personally. And so I was thinking about a couple devotees that are Srila Prabhupada disciples that have really touched my heart. And so I thought it would be nice to appreciate them. And one is Shakri Prabhu. Where is he? Where did Shakri Prabhu go? Okay. Shakri Prabhu, you know, we talk about knowledge and then realized knowledge. And Shakri Prabhu has taught me a very realized knowledge in that that we can appreciate the devotee's desire to please the spiritual master. In Shakri Prabhu's life, he is always, that's always his goal. And so you're around him and you can't help but go, wow, his drive to see things as Srila Prabhupada wants is so just focused. And it's so inspiring. I hope that I can serve my spiritual master with a desire like this, you know. And second is Meenakshi Prabhu. He, every morning we come to Mangal Arti and Meenakshi Prabhu is here. And not only is he here, he is so encouraging to us all. Every time you see him, he's got this great smiling. And for me, he said, Nanda Brajaji. And every time I hear this, it just makes my heart happy, you know? And not only do you get to hear this smile and your name, but a pat on the back and just encouragement. And so this is my realization today is that Srila Prabhupada is giving us such a wonderful opportunity to be diverse, serve Krishna in our own ways, and appreciate the diversity of each one of us. And if we, like Raghunath Prabhu was saying, if we can appreciate that, then we really just get so much out of Krishna consciousness, so much empowerment, so much appreciation, so much drive to just take a next step of what we can do better to serve Krishna. And so I'll just keep it short there. And my point here is that I can see Srila Prabhupada has touched these two's lives, and they touched mine. And that's Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
How many of you thought that yesterday's Krishna Janmashtami celebration here was the very best ever at our temple? It was amazing, right? I mean, you look at all the things that happened in the park, and just amazing Leela was happening in the park, right from the beginning till the end, right all the way till 11 o'clock at night. And these devotees who actually come and, you know, set things up and work at it and just work away and pour their hearts out with love for all the guests who came, Many more guests came than we thought. I think they cooked 3 times. They planned to cook once. Had to cook 3 times just to catch up. How many times? Well, 3 times, right? Yeah, 3 times they had to catch up. So all of this, happens with devotees who take responsibility. And this is one thing I want to, a little bit of a theme in this Vyasa Puja, that please, let's take responsibility. If you take responsibility, then amazing things will happen. One such person I want to recognize today is Balaram Prasad Prabhu, because he normally takes care of Janmashtami, the whole thing that happens outside, here, inside, so many things happening. It's just a quiet devotee, works away in the background, encourages people to get together and do things, and they turn out doing great things. Also has some bhakti vrikshas that he's worked up, and now looking at setting up a temple up in the northwest area, where a lot of our devotees come from now. So I'd like you to say something, Prabhuji, just so that we can hear from you as well. And then anybody else would like to speak, put your hand up so that I can say yes. And okay, thank you, Maraji. And 2, okay. All right, so we have 2, right? Yeah, I've got 2. Yes, thank you, Maraji. Got you. And then we'll have Prabhupada's disciples come and start speaking. Okay, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So first of all, I would like to thank Srila Prabhupada to give us all of you. Because of you, we are here. I was remembering about COVID time when temple was here. Few of us were here serving the deities, but no devotees around. It has no fun. Krishna conscious means fun. And then we realized yesterday the festival, when all the devotees are there, all the guests are there, it was so wonderful to see that. So this is Prabhupada's gift to us, that we serve as a group, as a community, only one aim in mind, that because of him we are here, and if we can please him, we are pleasing our deity Radha Kalachandi as well. One thing I would request, a lot of time Prabhu said, we're trying to coordinate so many programs, festivals. We ask devotee to help, and I sometimes hear, Prabhu, I'm already occupied, I'm busy. So point is that Krishna is allowing you to serve. How many people in the world have that opportunity to serve either him directly or his disciple directly or his service directly? You are very, very fortunate to have that service. He has chosen you to perform that service. These are success of our life. If we can serve our deities, Srila Prabhupada, the disciples, especially on this special day, I was thinking, when Prabhupada was on the planet, nobody thought he is a pure devotee at that point of time. He was struggling alone in this world. For what? To make sure in future we have such a wonderful community. We should appreciate a single moment of his life that he spent for us. He was also very comfortable in Vrindavan. He doesn't need to come here. Nobody has done in the past also to come over and go somewhere we doesn't know anyone. Point is that he made that effort coming out of his comfort zone, so all of us in the future will be happy. So our role is that we also go little bit extra from our life, little extra effort in the service of Srila Prabhupada, in the service of the deities. If you do little effort, as a community we're going to go very big effort. That all is needed. Lot of time we are waiting, someone will do this initiative, somebody will do it. Who is that someone? Nobody. We are those people who should do it. We all need to think, we all have given very special gift from our gurus, from the Srila Prabhupada and deities, lot of mercy, lot of knowledge. Lot of time I ask people, let's start a new program. They say, Prabhu, I'm not capable. I cannot do it. I say, no, we all have built by Prabhupada in the system that we have very much unique thing, each of us. If we come together, we can create wonders. So my only request to you, if you want to please Srila Prabhupada, Radha Kalachandi, please do little extra. Let's pledge on this day. Let's do little extra from their service and his devotee. Both are important. Prabhupada won't be pleased if we neglect the devotee also. So that's my prayer, that's my request. Please help yourself, help everybody around you. Hare Krishna.
One other thing is that the deities have taken their offering, just about finished, And so that'll be coming up here and being offered to Srila Prabhupada. So at some point when they signal me, we're going to move the speaker up just so that Srila Prabhupada can receive his offerings. And the rest of us can continue with the program. Thanks. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I'll try to keep this brief. There's so many people who more qualified than me who need to make their offerings. But I had to say what's in my heart. And as I think of the gratitude I have for Srila Prabhupada, I think about New York City. And I moved to New York City when I was 23 years old. I lived there for 11 years. And I really struggled when I first moved there. I got my degree in theater, I got all these, acting scholarships, and I thought I'm gonna go to New York, and I had never been to New York City. I just packed my 2 suitcases and I left. And I was overwhelmed. If you've been to New York, it's constant sound, it's constant sights, it's constant, you're never alone. If you're an introvert, it's not the place for you. You can't even stand on a street corner by yourself. I had so much anxiety just leaving my apartment every day. I didn't know how to get groceries. I didn't have a car. I had never thought of these things. And then I think of Srila Prabhupada and how much harder it was for him at 70 years old, practically on a new planet. I joined ISKCON in New York City, and I spent a lot of time on the Lower East Side. Before I joined ISKCON, actually, I used to go there for what I thought of fun at the time. Directly across from 26th Avenue, there was a bar. It was a bar on the upper floor, and then downstairs was a club, and it was called Lit. And eventually, a couple years after I started going to Bhagavad Gita classes, eventually that closed down, and they opened up this fried chicken restaurant directly across the street from 26th Avenue. Eventually, I developed this routine where I would go and I would do service at Bhakti Center on 25 First Avenue in late afternoon on Saturday, and I'd walk around the corner and I'd go to Bhagavad Gita class at 26 Avenue from 5:30 to 8 p.m., and then I'd leave and I would go home. And 2nd Avenue at 8 p.m. on a Saturday, the lights, the sounds, there are people, you keep bumping into people. It's just flooded with people seeking sense gratification. All the bars, all the clubs are on 2nd Avenue. People are eating outside. One time I saw a married couple, I think they were married, like drunk, screaming at each other, brawling. I actually stopped and I asked the lady if I needed to call the police. This is 2nd Avenue. And what a miracle, what Srila Prabhupada did. How to be in a state of, it's mode of ignorance. And he remained transcendental. Another time when I would do service at Bhakti Center at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, and 9 a.m. on a Saturday, or Sunday rather, 9 a.m. on a Sunday, everybody in New York is asleep because they've been up partying all night. So usually when you live in a big city, I would always look over my shoulder. I would know. I'd always be aware who was around, because New York is a throbbing organism. You have to know how it moves, how it breathes. Otherwise, you stand out and you'll get taken advantage of. But I wasn't paying attention that morning because it was 9 a.m. on a Sunday, and I used to walk from Prince Street. Anyway, I won't get into the details as why, but it was like a 20-minute walk to Bhakti Center. So I wasn't paying attention, and I turned down this street that I didn't normally go on. And then all of a sudden I looked up, and there were these 5 men, and they were frozen in these contorted positions. And my heart stopped, and I realized I was in front of a halfway house, and these guys were on like fentanyl or heroin. Something like that. And I stormed past, I went to Bhakti Center. And this is where Srila Prabhupada lived. This is where the first class Brahmin from Vrindavan came and stayed because of his love for his spiritual master and his love for us. And so I just pray that someday I can be a real devotee and serve. Sometimes I give Bhagavatam classes, and my not-so-secret secret, if you ever listen to them, is like I don't have anything to say. Everything I say is just Srila Prabhupada's purports from a different verse somewhere. And so I am so grateful to our spiritual grandfather, and I pray one day to have devotee qualities because he tried so hard to give us so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Marty, you might come forward. And while she's coming forward, just one minute. As she's preparing, this point is a very important point. This is our Acharya saying, every one of us has to speak because there are people waiting for you to speak. If you don't speak, you're going to come back to this world until you speak to them. And they're going to come back until you speak to them too. How fair is that to them? It's really not fair. So please do speak, reach out. Krishna has already designated people that will listen to us and go back to Godhead. If you don't speak, they're not going and you're not going either. And welcome to the material world in the future. It's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. Okay, there's no Vaikuntha coming here anytime soon. So please, this is a very important that she made, that Prabhupada, it took so much trouble for us. Look how much today we're benefiting from this. Similarly, people in the future will benefit because we will speak. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. I just introduced myself a little bit because some of you might know, some might not know me. I'm here as Indrasina's Prabhu wife, so might of you know him. My name is Mana Vilambini. And I just want to say a few words because the offerings that been said today really touched my heart on a point that my service is helping devotees in difficult situations and stressful situations. And I see how it's important because Srila Prabhupada, he was very personal, always. He gave big lectures and he chastised and maybe even was mad at somebody. But on a personal level, he would even cry for somebody who was upset or hurt. So hearing today a lot of devotees pouring their hearts made me realize how it's important for each of us to see beyond the just whatever we see in front of us, to see how much everybody struggles, how everybody has pain inside of them. And when we see that, we become more compassionate, and we stop seeing somebody, even they go towards us and being mad at us, we see what they showing us is their pain, is that they're upset and something is going on inside of them, inside of their life. So try to see that always, that we have our human nature, we have struggles, we all suffer, everybody. So because I'm doing this service, I see that, and when you take your guard down and you start and actually saying, what is going on? How are you? And a devotees, they always heart open and they will pour it to you. And when they say, when something's wrong with them, don't say to them, oh, just chant Hare Krishna, or go. No, you just simply say, I understand how it's difficult for you. That's all you have to say. It's not much. But that will give that person so much support and so much strength that he will himself overcome whatever difficulties he's going through. So don't be so just shallow seeing what's going on in front of you. Try to see beyond that. Everybody just has pain, everybody. Like what you were saying when Prabhupada was going through. Same, everybody goes. So please just be open-minded, and when somebody asks you to do something, don't just say, well, I don't have time, or, I have these things to do, whatever. Because that's what means to care for each other. Radhanath Prabhu, he was saying how much he sees in bugs and all that, living entities, how they get benefits. And that's, sometimes we do to each other. We think, oh, well, it's okay, he can go through. He's good, big, strong person. But it doesn't matter. So thank you, everybody, for all your offerings and pouring your hearts out. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. 1 minute. Chakri Prabhu, can you come through? And while you're waiting, Hemant Kale Prabhu, you want to go and say something? Hemant Kale Prabhu is actually a person, it's very interesting because he was born in the slums of Mumbai, lived in a, you might say, a 6 by 6 square foot, 36 square foot house. That's the total house, by the way. 7 people in the family staying in that house. Mother worked very hard, brought him to Harvard, got educated, now building what is going to be the biggest temple in our area, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So the transformation happened all because of his contact with Srila Prabhupada. So I wanted him to say something. Go ahead.
Thank you, Prabhuji. So I'm not qualified to even sit here where all the highly elevated devotees were sitting. But I will, I'm not gonna just talk or tell something which you don't know, because I don't know what you know. But I want to confess in front of everyone to Prabhupada on some of the aparads are happening from my hand. So, as everyone knows, Prabhupada is the one and only unique who spread our Vedic Sanatani philosophy or Vaishnava philosophy all over the world. Sometimes I feel who spread maximum all over the world this philosophy. I was thinking like RSS or HSS because I have come from that background, Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangha, this philosophy, but no. To every nook and corner, Prithvi te aache jate nagara de gram, sarvatra prasara hoibe murana. So all that stuff Prabhupada could do. But biggest mistake is without understanding what Prabhupada taught, Prabhupada showed that mercy to every person, no matter what caste, creed, religion, ethnicity, color people had. Africa, you name it, every single corner of the world, Prabhupada did that. But these days, I am doing one of the biggest aparadh that I feel like this is ISKCON, this is not ISKCON. Oh, this is not ISKCON program, I don't need to go and support them. This is something else. Plus, I did not had a courage to even raise voice for the ISKCON devotees in Bangladesh. Prabhupada, please forgive me. Prabhupada, please forgive me. Your deities were burned there by some wrong elements. But whenever I met in the temple, I did not have a courage or the intelligence to talk to people. I did not have the intelligence and courage to have one single booth in Janmashtami when all of us were enjoying. I was just enjoying. I was just enjoying your Nayam, Sankirtan, everything. But I did not have intelligence to have a word to raise something, not for the non-ISKCON, but our own ISKCON brothers and sisters in Bangladesh. So please forgive me, Prabhupada. You taught us Varnashram system. I could not become Brahmin, I could not become Kshatriya, Shama, Dhamma, Tapa, Shaucha, Kshanti, Rarjamavecha, Jnana, Vijnana, Astikyam, Iti Brahma Karma Subhavjam. None of those qualities I'm doing. I'm not having any compassion for our own ISKCON brothers and sisters in Bangladesh and other places who are going through a really tough time. Their houses are being burned, temple is being burned, the women are being disrespected and raped, kids, small kids are being killed. But here I am completely in the mode of ignorance. I'm not even talking, I'm not even writing, I'm not even coming together as a ISKCON, and I'm not bringing that awareness to the world, larger world. You said like, Shaurya, Dhairya, Dhrutirdaksha, Yuddhecha Apalayanam, not to run out of the battlefield. I need to show, I need to raise voice. Shaurya, Dhairya, Dhrutirdaksha, Yuddhecha Apalayanam. Danam Ishwara Bhavam cha, Iti Kshatragram Swabhavajam. Dan, showing the leadership and charity for these causes. I'm not doing that, Prabhupada. I'm really sorry for that. You also may mention like Krushi, Go Raksha, Vanijyam. From agriculture, Go Raksha and Vanijya. Vanijya is a lot of cows are being killed there. Plus, there is through my business, I was supposed to give and protect and work something for these causes. But I'm so ignorant. I'm not having that intelligence to even talk about this and discuss these things. Prabhupada, Please forgive me for all my aparadhs and give me intelligence and courage to talk about this. As Balram Prasad Prabhu just mentioned, like we need to raise, no one is going to come. It is being said, na abhisheka, na samskaraha. There will not be any abhishek will be done. There will not be any samskaras will be done. Na abhisheko na samskaraha, simhasya kriyate vane. To the lion in the jungle. No one says like, today we did your abhishek, today onwards you are the king. But Vikrama Arjita Satvasya Swayameva Mrugendrata. By he himself knowing it, his job, his duty, he is going to become a king of the jungle. So, Prabhupada, extremely sorry if I have said anything wrong. Kshama, forgive, please forgive me. Hare Krishna.
Chakri Prabhu, want to go ahead? Have some able-bodied men come up, move the table in front of Prabhupada so that he can actually no, we'll do it. 1 minute. Yeah, thank you.
Got me a nice space. It's nice to be closer to the devotees. What a blessing. Thank you very much. I'm so fortunate. Hare Krishna. This is an offering I wrote for the SP Tributes book. There's offerings in it from almost 400 Prabhupada disciples. Many spiritual masters and sannyasis have their offerings here. And you can read it online as well at sptributes.com, all the offerings. Now I don't know if I can see this now. I lost all the light. Yeah, it's not bright enough unless someone has some reading glasses. How is he going to put this? I'm definitely in darkness. Well,
If you want to make closer to you.
let's get me back.
Is that better? No.
Yeah. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. You have given us the greatest treasure of the holy names, which enables us to realize Krishna's divine form, qualities, and pastimes. Everywhere, devotees and non-devotees are chanting with great enthusiasm. All over the world, there are large festivals where devotees chant for many days and hours. Here in Dallas, Texas, our kirtan festival had 3,000 attendees. You showed by your personal example starting the Hare Krishna movement by chanting Hare Krishna in a park in New York City. That chanting is still going on in New York by dedicated devotees who chant there every day and even go underground in the subway when necessary. Now even non-devotees are chanting and dancing in great ecstasy at many kirtan festivals, yoga festivals, and spiritual gatherings. Just one side note, if you go on YouTube and there's one devotee, his name is Radhika Das, and you'll see he's chanting in these big halls with thousands of people there, and they're all getting absorbed in the chanting, they're all dancing. So that's very, if you look at his videos, just so many kirtan festivals, even amongst non-devotees, are happening now. It is very inspiring to see I'm getting a lot of mercy here. Forward. Closer and closer to the devotees. Haribo. It is very inspiring to see how the holy names are being chanted by so many different people by your mercy. Along with the holy names, you have given us everything we need to be fully Krishna conscious. You made it so easy for us to achieve full perfection. You used to say that Krishna consciousness is simply recreation, chanting, dancing, and feasting. You gave us a complete ready-made recipe and formula for becoming fully conscious of Krishna and returning back to the spiritual world. The morning program, chanting japa, reading your books, distributing your books, and going on Harinam Sankirtan are some of the practices that you gave us to achieve complete perfection. And also, of course, Krishna book, in which you said we would evolve to the transcendental nature and of course Krishna book, in which you said that we would evolve to the transcendental nature just by reading this one book. You taught us everything: how to eat, prasadam only; how to sleep, not too much or too little; how to walk in the footsteps of the previous acharyas; and how to talk only about Krishna and devotional service. You turned hippies into happies, and ordinary worldly people into saints, sadhus, and Vaikuntha men and women. For everything you have given us, you only ask for two things in return. You asked us to please take up this Krishna consciousness seriously and then give it to others. And by distributing it, we would experience it even more ourselves. Please bless me that I can be a fully surrendered disciple and fully dedicated to your mission of spreading the holy names everywhere, and distributing your books. And at the end of my offering, just one thing more I'd mention. I was listening to a lecture just yesterday, and Prabhupada was talking about how the devotee would go to heaven or hell to serve his spiritual master, to serve Krishna. And Prabhupada said like that, devotee goes to heaven or hell. And they said, in my own case, I also had to go to hell. According to the Vedic system and Krishna culture, the places I had to go to were just like hell. But he said that was my duty. So, like other devotees were saying, if we can all go a little bit out of our comfort zone and help Prabhupada in his mission after what he has done for us. Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Mother Beer Mama, can you come through, please? Thanks. Hare Krishna.
It's so nice to see all you here today. The progression of Krishna consciousness through the years. It's just been so beautiful. So I'm really happy to see you all here, and I'm sure Prabhupada is so pleased. I wrote this this year. I've been thinking about the troubles in Russia, and it reminded me of when Prabhupada came to America, and so I just wrote this about that pretty much. I'm writing this tribute in memory of Srila Prabhupada. When he came to America during the 60s, political dissension and violence among nations were prevalent, much like we are experiencing now. He observed the youth were seeking solutions by taking drugs, dropping out of social responsibilities, and acting with moral indiscretion. Srila Prabhupada was always kind-hearted and knew the power of both the material and spiritual energy of the Lord. He said with complete confidence, quote, "Krishna consciousness is the perfect peace formula," unquote. We can find this advice to all generations in the Vedic scriptures. For example, in his purport to Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 8, Chapter 8, Verse 8, he writes, quote, "When people know that the Supreme Lord, Krishna, is the supreme enjoyer, the supreme proprietor, and the most intimate, well-wishing friend of all living entities, peace and prosperity will ensue all over the world." When I recently read this purport, it reminded me of something Prabhupada said to help us know the Supreme Lord Krishna. He often came to the Los Angeles temple where I was part of the team, making his visit more comfortable. Mind you, I was not one of the advanced devotees that you hear about, but I was good at menial cleaning. One of my duties was preparing his private garden for meeting select guests at his mid-morning darshan. When time allowed, I sat in the back to listen. The following conversation is a partial rendition and subject to my memory and personal understanding. A young devotee said forlornly, "Srila Prabhupada, there's so much to learn about Lord Krishna and spiritual life." Srila Prabhupada shut his eyes in thoughtful reflection. Yes, Lord Krishna is unlimited. He made it easier in this yuga to know him by sending Lord Chaitanya to guide us in chanting the Hare Krishna mantra. A guest asked, "You mean the mantra is that powerful?" Srila Prabhupada, yes, chanting the holy names purifies our hearts, and our natural affection for him grows stronger. We become receptive to serving him with loving devotion, and gradually the Lord reveals himself to us. He paused and smiled. Even a small child can chant the holy names and feel happy. Of course, we knew he was already a liberated soul, and just being in his presence made us happy. Srila Prabhupada encouraged everyone to chant the holy names of the Lord and live a peaceful life. As spiritual counselors, we too can help people know about Lord Krishna and feel relief from the tribulations of the world. Over the years, people have told me their stories of how they enjoyed hearing the joyful chantings of the devotees and reading the spiritual books they were given. Today, dear Srila Prabhupada, we honor your appearance in the material world and offer our humble obeisances to you. We pray you will always guide us in this lifetime and the next.
Meenakshi Prabhu, can you please say something? Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnana